good evening and welcome. So it's Sunday and it's time for some Factorio. I missed you guys. It's been too long. It's been too long, and unfortunately we're in a little bit of a standby period because Mind Mogul doesn't have that much content, and that was kind of what I was expecting to sort of bridge us over until we get Timberborn and we get Captain of Industry in March. I think that I'll probably not be playing so much Timberborn. Ooh, hello. Good evening, and thank you, Paranoid Snow, for the 50 month of Prime. Much appreciated. So, yeah. Yeah, so when I would love to play Timberborn. I would love for Timberborn to be here right now, and maybe it is, but they kind of have a tendency to add new features at the last second when they have a release. So they have it on experimental, and you can play it, and then I play it, and then by the time I'm done with it, then they add more stuff and then release it in regular update. I'm like, I should have waited. So I'm not gonna do the same thing and start Timberborn too early, because there might be some last minute things that they add. I don't think so, because it's 1.0 and you probably shouldn't be risking that on a 1.0 release, but you never know. Hello, kitty. Come here. Alright, we can have him come say hi. He's been a little bit alone this weekend, so he can be here for the intro talk. Okay. Yeah, been away for the weekend, so he has been a little bit alone. But yeah, he'll manage. Just a little bit of extra cuddles now. Yeah, so yes. I don't know if Timberborn will be something I should be playing just as exclusively for a YouTube series, and then Captain of Industry for a combined YouTube Twitch, because it'll definitely be a Twitch thing for Captain of Industry. But I don't know if it'll also be, yeah. I don't know if I can both do Captain of Industry and Timberborn at the same time. It might be a little bit too much for me to sort of do. Oh, look at him. He is so cuddly. Is the boy right? Yeah, most orange cats are male. Yes, that's true. Most orange cats are male. So there's some genetic combination thing that female orange cats are extremely unlikely. I think there's something like that. Yep. He had a brother, and he was also an orange cat. So there were a collective 2 brain cells of cats in house, but now there's only 1 brain cell left. So, yeah, but he's nice and cuddly, very cuddly, and sometimes quite talkative. Right. So, yeah, as we can see, next week will be a little bit of a slow week. I'm actually thinking that depending on how we do today, maybe do another Factorio round, so we are yeah, so we have a little bit of extra content for masterclasses already in the books, so I can focus all my streaming days on Captain of Industry as we get out there, because I think that might be necessary. It is a long and slow and arduous game, so we need to make sure that we are, yeah. Oh, did you hear something? Yeah, you heard something. Yeah. Yeah. I wish you could hear him purr, because he's purring quite loudly. So, hey, old sweat hand. Old sweat hand. Thank you for the Prime for 9 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're looking a little bit more into the normal subs. So if you are sitting on a normal sub, and thank you very much for that, because they have drastically declined to the point where I'm a little bit worried about the lack of subs. Like, I don't really care so much. It's just that if it drops too low, then I lose my 70-30 split, and then I have to spend a year on re-earning that split when I get above the threshold, which is not very nice. So if you are subscribing, then very much appreciated. If you have stopped subscribing, because maybe see not so much content and are considering subscribing again, then I very much appreciate it, because it does make a big difference. Like, the biggest difference is the difference between when I get a sub, whether I get 50-50 we split it, or it's 70-30 split, because 50-50 split is really, really sad. So really don't want to lose that if we can, but that's just the way it is. I gotta earn it. So more streaming, I guess, but well, hopefully we'll be seeing some a little bit more traction when we get to Captain of Industry. Usually that's gets a little bit of news. Just holding a razor sharp claw on my neck just to make sure that I behave under the threat of slashing. Can we take the thread away? There we go. Yeah. So, any new games coming up that we should be mindful of, or we should be looking out for? I think we got most of it covered with now I'm here. Hello. Welcome. Well, got you addicted just got you in the door, at least thanks to the cat. That's good. Very charming cat. But we are gonna put him down in a little bit. Not put him down, but set him down on the floor. Yeah. He doesn't want to look up. He's looking at himself on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's the bright light. It's the bright light. He doesn't like it. So, well, I gotta set you down because you are distracting me at least a little bit. Well, you can sit here. Ooh, we should have a cuddly cat. Yes, I guess it's one of those things. You never know how cuddly a cat is, because some cats are just like, yeah, fuck you, I don't like you, give me food, go away then. And there's nothing much, and you're stuck with that cat for 17 years. Like, damn it. But this cuddly little beast is, yeah. He also got a little bit more cuddly after he lost his brother, because they were then they were cuddling and playing together, and now he only has me and the kids when they're around. So he's a little bit more needy. Yeah, so I think we're onto something interesting in Factorio with the upcycler thing. I think that's a cute and interesting design that can be definitely valuable, and want to continue down that path, and then we'll see what else we're gonna get after that. I just a sort of non-scientific study. Are you guys interested in a new Timberborn series or Captain Industry? Like, what is most interesting to see more of, Captain Industry or Timberborn? Why are we working on upcycling blue circuits instead of just building from legendary materials? Is it because upcycling is essentially free with the lead productivity bonus? It is essentially free, yes. And the thing is, if you have to get the copper, is not a big deal because you get that from LDS Shuffle. But the iron, you really need a lot of iron for the green circuits, for a lot of green circuits for the blue circuits. So if you upcycle, if you build legendary blue circuits from legendary iron, you basically spend all of your iron on blue circuits. So I want to have something that's separate for circuits, because if I make blue circuits, there is no net loss from it. When you have the full 100% or 300% productivity, then you don't lose anything. Like, every time as you recycle, for every one you build, you'll get one legendary out. So you only produce the same amount as you need as you make legendaries. So it's not like you produce 1,000 and you get one legendary out. You produce one and you get one legendary out. Or more likely, you produce 1,000 and you get one legendary, and then you produce one more. So like, there's a mass of maybe 1,000 running around the system, but every time it spits one out, it takes one in. So there is, it's very it's very cheap way of making it, even though it does need to circle a lot. Let me just check here. Someone. Good. Good, good, good. All right. Yeah, so that's why. Making blue circuits is just cheap, it's easy, and it's fast. And also when you make blue circuits, you can use the blue circuits, which are produced lossless, to break that down into red circuits and green circuits. So once you have this set up, you basically have a steady supply of green circuits, blue circuits, and red circuits as needed. And that, I think, is quite powerful. After a soft ripoff of the one called Whiskerborn is worth a look. I don't know. I don't know. It's not called Whiskerborn. I think isn't it called Whisker Town or something? It's the one with cats and mouse. I don't think it looks nice. So, but Captain is over tempo for me. I thank you, Urchalik, for the feedback. I hate having to manage individual characters though. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that it's a very valuable upcycler to have this, because it's a circuit upcycler and you just need so many circuits for basically every production. So I think that makes sense. So. Right. Anything else? The thing is, like, I've been on a weekend workshop and my mind is a little bit blown after that, so I think it's better to just jump in and sort of get into the Factorio mood, and it's unfortunately not really something we can talk so much about, but I think it's fun to my mind is a little bit melted and I should be sleeping, but now I'm here and I know that as soon as we dive into Factorio, I'm going to be sort of zooming in on this, and then 4 hours will zoom by in no time. That's how it usually goes. So with that, let's jump on in. Hey, Isolda, thank you for the 41 months. That's beautiful. Just on by dropping this. Enjoy the Factorio stream. Much appreciated. Thank you, Isolda. And that is one of those regular subs that we oh so love and oh so need at this point. I think we'll just take the autosave. It's probably fine. Oh yeah, I just did the autosave to do this. Masterclass, that one. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, this was at the end of the masterclass build.
Our illustrious champion.
Let's jump back into Volcanus. And Eldo, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Also, very much appreciate that. Very nice to see, and much appreciate. That's one more of those good old subs that we need a good handful of. Right, so let's figure out what we were working on. Yeah, so this is what we were working on, but there was a proposal, as usual from Nuke Marine, that I want to dive into that idea again. Because let's explain what this does. Because I just built this to get a sense of ratios. It's not good ratios though, but it's almost. So what this does is it makes blue circuits with maximum productivity for all tiers. So we don't get higher quality here, we just get more of the quality that we have. Then it goes up and then it gets consumed here. And all of this is just, yeah, this is where there is a chance to make things higher quality. And we're seeing that 80 of these correspond to about 8 of these. So about 10 normal ones for each one of these seems to match. Although this one is a little bit weird why it's not getting anything. That's odd. Like, you're right there. Why are you not picking it? Oh, you're waiting for red. That's interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I guess they're sort of random, I guess. But the red should be going both ways. Okay, so it's a little bit starving here. This is... Oh no! Oh no! There you go. We can't have that happen. It is overflowing with legendary blue circuits. That's nice. So this will just run around. Then what we get out here will be a mass that is primarily coming out here. So the first thing we do is we sort out all of the red circuits here. Go in here. We sort out all the red circuits and go out there. Cool. Then we split out the normal, the rare, the uncommon, the rare, the epic, and the legendary. And we do the same thing for the greens, which will continue on this, and down here as well, where we split out common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. And the same with here. And then we merge it back up in here. And then this thing here is essential because since it's a random output, then it's never going to be perfectly balanced. There'll always be one of them that's somehow either a little bit more or a little bit less. In this case, you can see that the green circuits are, well, not a lot, but they are a little bit. Well, yeah, so there is a buffer of green circuits. For some reason, we are getting more green circuits around here than we are red circuits of uncommon quality. I have no idea. That's just how it goes. So, yeah. But that's that one. So let's have a look at the alternative. Is there anything planned about Factorio for the future, like new content? There is a 2.1 is planned, but not scheduled. And that will be their last chance to make meaningful feature updates. I think it's something like that they've said. So they probably... That is probably going to be... The main problem is that there's so many things that they want to put in because they don't want to have a 2.2. So they want to get everything in, which means that kind of basically means that anything that doesn't come into 2.1 isn't going to get made. Which is a shame, but I mean, that's just how they decided that 2.1 is the end. And because of that, I think there's just keep being more stuff that gets added to the scope. We don't know when, but they said, the last thing they said was in October, they said it might not be before Christmas, but it also might be before Christmas. They did not specify Christmas what year, because it certainly wasn't Christmas 2025. So, if there's something. About to build my first megabase, but I got everything so far beside legendary everything. Well, then you're not really close to making a megabase if you don't have legendary everything. Will there be a full playthrough of space exploration with space age merged in? I can guarantee you that will never happen. That's a pretty strong assessment, but that won't happen. I hate space exploration. I think it's amazingly well done, but it's certainly not for me. It's overly complicated and it's super extremely tedious. I put in too many hours in Factorio. I'm not going to be committing to myself to go like, hey, let me just allocate another 800 hours just for this mod pack that no one wants to watch. So it's a very, very strong no. Definitely not. The time for me to do advanced mod packs is definitely over. So 2x2 chest, please. Yes, please. Hopefully our curse design masterclasses will be helping them to score like, yeah, we can't have this spreading out as being the normal. No one is harsh. I would check SpaceX out. What? No one is harsh? Who is harsh? What? We have 2x2 chest at home. The cargo wagons, yes. I'm actually hoping that's what's happening. Yeah, I hope so too, but I don't think so. They are not easily swayed by sort of community sentiments. So, anyway, what we want to do is, let's take something like this. So, this one. It's producing 13. And what if... And then I need... Oh, there you are. that one can actually consume 14. Now, what if we, instead of using Mark 3, use Mark 2 instead? But also legendary. That's another alternative, which I think is... there you go. That's a lot of clicking here. What if we were using this one? And then trying again. Now there's more consumption here. And the quality is now 17.3 quality. While if I did the same thing here, but with the original, this one, it would now only be 12.3 quality. So basically, do we want 13 per second and a 12.3 quality, or do we want 8 per second and 17 quality? Let's do some calculations which one is better. So this one is 8 per second times 0.173. That is 1.38 quality items per second we get out of this. While the other one is 13, and then that's 12.3. So this actually gets us more quality per second. I did not expect that. I actually expected this would give us more quality per second. Huh. Well, now we know. So it is better to do it this way. Interesting. Any desire to try some of the additional planet mods? Nope. And working through remarks, I feel like they add some interesting design choices. I have no intention of doing it, but I'm not ruling it out. Because for me, a new Factorio playthrough, I think I've got one more playthrough in me. And that's going to come with 2.1. Especially if they actually change some things that make it somehow interesting. So my intention is to play 2.1, play the Based in a Book series on YouTube, play something on Twitch, and then sort of migrate it, make YouTube episodes as we go along. That's my plan. But it and then I would at that point feel that it's pretty much done, because once that we have Based in a Book, then I probably wouldn't be changing much if I replayed it again. And then you could say, well, if you want to replay it again, then we can add more planets. Yeah, but then the whole thing up to the first of these new planets would be sort of just stamping down Based in the Book designs. We store legendary green and while upcycling blues. No, we don't store them, but we store them as blue circuits, and then we break them down as needed. That's my intention. I think that's better, because there's no loss, so I'd rather save it as blues and then convert as needed. Both of those dropped in to my pre-existing saves and didn't restart. Okay, but the point is, your pre-existing saves, if you go there once you have legendary everything, you won't get the challenge of it. So I would imagine that going to those additional planets would be something you do at, I don't know, if they're designed to be after Aquilo, or if they're designed to be in the second planet or one of the first planets. I don't know. And maybe you could actually add that. If they're designed to be post Aquilo, then it might happen that we complete the game up to launching the victory ship, and then if we want to keep playing, then we could add more planets and then continue search. If there's an interest in that, that would be sort of my idea. Okay, so the intention of this is to do something like this. This is what I really wanted, because most of what gets recycled, 75% of what gets recycled actually goes in here. So if I could take, and this will always be like this. So wouldn't this be, I think this would be a good way of doing it. Let's do it this way. This will be uncommon or higher, and this will go here. And then I will need a magic box down here, and that one. And then we can actually see that it's a decent amount we have out here. But this won't be enough. Because... Oh, we're getting some a little bit better ones. So the issue with this is that it's too slow, I think. I would imagine that we would want to copy this. Yes. Oh. There's something here. Some symmetry on this side as well. Whatever. Well, does that work? Yes. Just doesn't display the icon yet. That's a pretty good start, I think. Very minute things were changing here, but whatever. In beacons don't raise quality chances. No, they don't raise quality chances. They actually lower quality chances. So we're down to 12.3% chance of quality here. But because it's so fast, then that's the trade-off. Because let's look at it if we were... Let's do here. This one. This is making... What? Oh, right. It wasn't updated the beacon yet. Okay, 13 point something. So if I wanted to make this without beacons and $13.5. Okay, so one more. There you go. Right. So I need 9 of these, and if I'm doing this, then I need 9 of this for each one of those, which is exactly what we do here, which means that these 8 require 80. And like, that means it takes a lot of space. So the question is like, okay, what if we sacrifice some quality in order to get some more condensed? Like we'll have less. This thing here will generate more quality because it's running here at 24.3 quality each. So this thing here will absolutely be better than that one. It'll actually be twice as good, basically. But this one is very small, while this one is a monster. So. Ryota, that's editor extension, which is because this is not a playthrough, this is a workshop. So this, like, I really wanted this to work, and I was kind of thinking, okay, would it be possible to do like, okay, so we'll have 2 there, and 2 there, and 2 down there, but then I can't do the beacon. Like, really just trying to squeeze in what was possible, and it just doesn't. Like, this one would also still, like, okay, so it had to be like this, and then these 2 would have to be here, like this. This would be like the most compact you could make it, and even then, what the hell? Oh, it's because there was these ones already. This would not be fast enough. There would be a deficit, a significant deficit here. So. Still correct if some modules are not available in legendary quality yet. Legendary productivity is hard to come by. Well, this has to be designed for legendary quality because it only legendary quality will give you the magical 300% productivity gain, and anything that you can't, like, before that, then you will have a loss in the system. It'll still work, but it won't work as well. So therefore, I don't really care about the ratios, because the ratios are only really relevant when you're we're designing it for the end state, and then you can sort of go like, oh, well, let's see how it works when it's only half as effective. Well, it works half as well. So, hello, RenderMax. What's the calculator mod? It's called calculator. It's just a calculator mod. That one, this is called calculator, and this one is called rate calculator. And those are the ones I need for, yeah, doing these design works. So this wouldn't even be fast enough. So therefore, I'm going to try this and just put a little bit of thought into this. What would be the next thing we'd want to do is we would then want to do some uncommon ones. Hello, Torman. Good to see you. Now, why is this not working? Because some of it actually passes by. Okay, maybe we'll do this. Oh, right. This would be here. Like this. So, I think this works actually. How expensive is the blue circuit productivity user? Wouldn't it be better to have that for 300% and quality modules in the implants? No, definitely not quality modules. Well, and it's also very, very expensive because it doubles every time. So this is the minimum you need, level 13. But if you wanted to get more, you'd need 12 more levels. So that would, every time this one goes up, it doubles. And yeah, so that would be, I have no idea, some 100 million or something. It's a lot. But eventually you could say like, oh yes, we could do this. But then you're messing it up already with the speed beacon, because this one has no quality, because the quality is deleted, minus 12.5. So even if I did this, it would still be 0 quality out because of the speed module here. So this would not give us any quality output, so it doesn't really work. Plus, it's also been proven that this is more effective. So, yeah. Well, I think we're onto something here. How close can we make it? I need you to be somewhere else. Or maybe I just need to use these instead. Yeah. Then I think I need this module. Yeah. And this is now uncommon, or like that. And this one is then level up, blue. There. And we do this one. Now I'm wondering if this is even necessary. Like, do I need to have 2 of these? There's also the argument that I could just make, well, maybe at least the next one, especially because there won't be enough space for anything. So if I do this and then say you are going to be legendary or epic and you're going to be legendary. There, that could work. And then this one will never be recycled. But this one will be recycled, but only exporting legendary quality or higher. And then the thing we're missing is I need to get this. Ooh, that's no good. And then I think I also have to take out the legendary at some point. Maybe that's just here. No, that's actually not here. I'm now curious what we have on the belt. Wonder if it's there is a chance that it will be overloaded. Okay, first of all, do we have any normals? No, we should never have normals because normals will not exist. The one thing that we could limit the amount of crap on the belt, because you can see here there's already a problem. Oh, right, no, I can't do that. I can't stack it outbound. Maybe I could stack it outbound. At least I could stack the blue outbounds, I guess. Or the green circuits outbound. Maybe we stack the green circuits outbound. So this one is only the greens, but that quality. No, I can't do that. Because, yeah, it'll have multiple qualities. I could make the hole bigger and then have this one output only the rare quality out, and then the normal, the uncommon quality directly in here. That would make it bigger, but also, which would make it too big though. Combinator stacker. Is there room for it? That's a good idea. Oh, this is not it. There. Oops. And then this one. I don't know if I could also just make it. Ah, no, I lost my ability to do the combinator stacker down here. Why is this one not working? Oh, you're not getting sulfuric acid. Okay, that's kind of silly. So we're seeing we have a problem. This belt is stacking up too much. Weird, though. That kind of puzzles me a little bit. Oops. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, and then these will be... We'll reset the whole thing once once we can do that. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Now I will delete the whole thing and start it from scratch. This one will also be focusing on input priority here. No. Here. It'll be prioritizing the stuff that flows around instead. Yay, small reduction. And we want to monitor what's on the belt. So there's an awful lot of uncommons. So the uncommons are not fast enough. Aren't the speed beacons lower the chance of quality? Yes, we just talked about that not too long ago. They do, but they're still very, very fast. They still have 12.3% chance, and this is a small build, so imagine we could build 3 of these inside of a city block. Whew, that would be weird. That would be crazy. Okay, so why is this not working? It is simply accumulating too much crap. You can see we're not consuming the green circuits. It's the green quality that is overflowing. So 4 of these into 2 of these is definitely not a good ratio. No epic output? Really? No epic output. Why is there no epic output? Epic is here. It's here. That's here. I think that's output correctly. Epic output, this one. Epic goes back in here. I don't know what you mean. No epic output. I think we have epic output. This one is then struggling to get things on the belt. It's greater than or equal to legendary. Yeah, the belt content here is... There's also some epic quality here as well. Because if this one is getting some epic quality, then they go back in here and becomes the epic quality for the next cycle. That's the whole advantage of this, is that it contains the stuff that is the same level. Because most of the stuff will be the same level and therefore it's contained. It could be even better by... But what if I do this thing? And then kill it and start over. Speed up. So right now it's taking a longer time to get started because it doesn't take long. So now it starts getting some normal quality, uncommon quality. If you get unlucky with red circuits won't install, yes. That's the problem, and this is why we might have some kind of buffer here, where we look at the belt content, and if it's over something, we eject it. But right now, I don't think we are at a point where that's... I think that's a finer detail we can edit later on. Right now, it's more about, like, okay, what do we have here? So we're actually seeing that there's a lot of epic quality here that's running around. And yeah, okay, so this looks good. We saw some epic quality red circuits, and then those had to sort of flow all the way around, but when they got back up here, they got consumed, and then we saw a dip in the amount of green circuits on the belt circulating. So yes, we can get unlucky and then get too many of one thing, and therefore it'll jam. This looks better, but it still kind of feels like it's accumulating, which is really weird why it's accumulating on uncommons. Like, is there something wrong with the way that I've done the uncommons? It just... No, it just has a tendency to just not get enough red circuits for the uncommons. Weird. Swap a rare for an uncommon. I'd rather sort of... Yeah, I don't know. Another option would be sort of taking the rares and put up here and take the uncommon, or took the epic down here and then another uncommon. So it'd be 3 uncommons, 2 rare, 1 epic, and then it would sort of take the whole space, and then I'd have to take the legendary out and basically say we do a filter of anything that's legendary gets sorted out, because then that can be constructed into that somewhere else, because that doesn't need to be part of this design. That might actually be better. I think we'll try that. Still 700. Could put it north. Yes. Could put it at the end. Actually, now that we have taken out this one, we actually have the advantage that we can actually do something that would be better. We could do this. And then I could actually do that one. That would be better. And then do the same thing here. Because that means there's less junk on the belt. Now this means that the rotating belt is going to be a lot less busy. Really? Isn't it like that? Because, then I would have to take you out and get you like this. Because now it has to be able to direct insert here. That's incredibly quick suddenly. How the hell are you so quick? Damn. This one's busy. Maybe it's because the other ones have something stuck, no? So all of the on this belt now, I would filter out anything that is legendary quality. Now there's barely anything moving on the belt. Really? Check filters coming out of recyclers. Yes. This one has to be... So the normal quality goes back, the uncommon quality goes up, and the rare pros quality goes out. And here it's only epic quality because the rare quality goes up. Here it's only legendary going out because the uncommon, the epic quality goes up. But why did it die? Yeah, it doesn't work because then it has to have an internal buffer here, because then this happens. Now I'm much more vulnerable. Legendary filter? No, I don't have legendary filter on those feeding the recyclers. They are just legendary quality. This one is legendary filter. And this one's legendary filter. But these other ones are not. There we go. So this makes it very vulnerable to gems like this. So it won't allow this one to go out because this one's already full. It needs green circuits, but I'm not getting any green circuits because they are. Yeah, so that doesn't work. It was a good idea, but it doesn't work. Not without also being allowed to set them out, which kind of defeats the point if I'm setting it out. But you know, it could be like some of it goes in, and I could even do 2 of them, so that it would be majority, 2/3 go onwards and the rest goes sideways, which means I would need to go this would have to go back up here, and this would have to go back up here. Oops, how's that? And these would have to go uncommon again. There. So that the uncommon will be insert here. That might actually be, these one might actually need to be filtered. Oops. Red, uncommon. Okay. Is this getting anything? Yes, it is. That's time to reset. And try again. I also think this should be done better. That's how the other ones are made. And then I can do this one. Good. Whew. Chest buffer would work. Yeah, but then there's no space for that chest buffer. This one's waiting for reds, and that's the problem with this one, that you're actually sitting on the ones we need. They're just going the wrong way. But eventually it'll work, right? Why is this different? I need it to be the same. There. Now it's the same as the other one. If you flip some of the combinators on the right side, you can squeeze the return belt with undergrounds. If you flip some of the combinators. I don't see how. Even if I take this out, I'm not gonna get any more space. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, you want this one to be down. Okay, yeah. Maybe. Like, this one would go down here, and then this whole thing would be flipped like this, and then we just have the issue with the power pole then. But power poles are maybe easier to handle. I guess this is what you mean? And then you'd have to do the same thing here. And then flip, and then again we have issues with power poles. The return belt. Yeah, but I need to make space for the return belt. Like, this could now be like this. I thought this was what you meant. Like, I would have the return belt squeezed in here, which I think is a good idea. So just take credit for it. And every time we've been messing with these kind of things, then it's time to... where does that actually need to go? It just needs to go here. Then I still need the legendary out. I like this. Thank you. Good suggestion. Okay, but now it got jammed and I don't know why, so we have to reset. Let's see what happens. One more tile. So you're waiting for this one. There you go. So now it got squeezed in here. Now they're happy. And then this one's chugging along, and then you should be hopefully happy. We're not having a lot on the return belt, which is nice. We are having something, but now it's apparently the blue ones that's filling up the belt. But that's just random, like we're just not getting any blue quality red circuits. Damn colors. And then if we look in the output box here, maybe we'll have 15 of those. Ah, right. So as soon as we get that, then it starts fixing it, right? And we also have 11, so we have a good chunk here. And we have 13 here, so yeah, there's definitely a reason for it. But now we have some blue quality red circuits running on the belt. And then, I don't know, there's always a chance that something is overflowing. So I kind of feel that maybe we should have a filter that says if anything is more than, I don't know, 800, then start ejecting it from the belt. Or 600 or something. Because 1000 is getting harder and harder to sort of recover from by, yeah, we can see now it start jamming. Any imbalance will just get harder and harder to recover from. And it is just random. But we now have 36 red, yeah, but still. Blue quality red circuits, rare quality advanced processing units. Yep. Tier 3 RC, yeah. Maybe it's better to go rare quality, but it, you know, blue is a color. Colors are easier. And this one can then either be stored as this, or it can be converted into blue circuits. Either way is fine. I'm wondering if this is a good idea to have these as I don't think so, because it actually stores a lot. It's not needed for quantity. Like, this is fast enough, but then I won't have like a ton stuck inside of this. So I think this is better. I love that easy reset. The next thing I'm wondering is, can I somehow get this in here? What did... No. Doesn't work. It's also fine that I'm using this one. It's still a very slim build, and it's definitely still something we can build 3 of in one city block. It's crazy amount of circuits once we are happy with it. You could also put a long head inserter between the combinator and the EM plant to pull directly out of the chest. Huh! That's actually true. That's actually true. That's such a silly, cool idea. Nice. Love that. And it's actually doing stuff. So it's basically like, no, don't stack up. Just get it in there. That's a really cool idea. Nice. Good idea, Bat. Can you even feed the initial 2 machines without creating chest? Yes, easily. I mean, I'm not gonna do it with modules, but we can easily do it. Like, just have one of these and one of these. Like, this small little build should be easy to do that. We also need this one here, right? This one, I could, since I want as little as possible stacked here. I just want it stacked. I don't want it sort of, it's not the swing speed because this is going to be idle most of the time. So what I could do is actually set this one to 4 and then set this one to 3. Then it'll be more busy exporting, but there will be a lot less stored in here. Because I really don't like sort of having 15 legendary circuits stuck in each box. It's not really a big deal. But in this case, it just means like everything that comes in gets thrown out. Pretty much. There's no real buffer in here. The only caveat is that this might not have time to actually get it before we eject some lower quality on the main line. Still blue, rare quality. This one got busy for a short while. Oh, this one's wrong. Alright, so we just got a nice burst of things here. Which is going out here. But now we are seeing the fact that it is running full. It's... yeah. It just somehow... I suspect, and I'm not... I don't... It shouldn't be the case, right? But why is it always the green circuit? It should be equally likely that it would be the red circuit that would sort of gradually scale up. That we can see for the uncommon quality, there is higher more red circuits than green circuits. This one is really not able to keep up. Huh. This is crazy how fast this goes. Like, this is... The fact that this one's working all the time is a little bit crazy, isn't it? Yeah, 1k epic is crazy. It is. But this is working as fast as it can. And I suppose all the epics will just gradually be turned into legendaries and gradually go out here. This is also a decent amount that we're producing. Reds can sometimes hit 0, greens always give something. Yes. I think that's a... Yeah, so greens will be much more likely to... Or... They will... how do I say this correctly? Greens will just be closer to average because there's large numbers. Right? If you flip a coin 1,000 times, then you're probably going to get pretty close to 500 of each. But if you have something that is 1 out of 1,000 times and you roll it 1,000 times, you're probably not going to get exactly 1 hit. You might get 3 hits or you might get 0 hits. Why put lower quality at the belt at all? Because if I don't put it on the belt at all, then when this misbalance that we see will then mean that this one jams because it can't output, because the only place that it can output the uncommons is in here. And if this one is already has too many greens and not enough reds, then the green one will be stuck here and this machine will jam. Yeah, we still need a release valve, yes. And that's something we are going to be doing here. So let me also change this a little bit to something that looks more like a belt, which this absolutely looks more like a belt because it's a belt. Yeah. Whoa! This one got stuck. Let's do this one instead. Doot. Now we have no measure of how much it is. We let's just do that one then. So just delete. Gets a chance higher quality ones pass through to the machines that want them. But you could not eject it from the buffer chest. It gets fed to the plant. Correct. But then I just hide it in the buffer chest, and then the buffer chest will be the ones that at some point will jam. So at some point I do need to put them out from the buffer chest. I can't just be like, well, it'll probably even out, because it won't even out. Random numbers are less random than you think. Or, no, they look less random. That's how it is. Random numbers look a lot less random than you'd expect. But I do need something. Nope. You can share in stream chat in my Discord. That's where you can share pictures, but not in Twitch chat. Oh, I mean, the rare quality has somehow, the epic quality has somehow fixed itself while I've been chatting away. So, yeah, maybe that's not so bad. But this is crazy. The fact that we can't even output this fast enough. I think this one has to go back to 15. And you have to not override. Yeah, okay, so now we get this out. So let's make the ejector. I think well, this is how I would make it, and then you guys can come up with a better way. Oh, there's only one condition here, but the other ones have. Kind of, you can only have one condition here, but yeah. So I could do it like this. Or I could do it in a single one of these, right? No, couldn't. Okay, we'll do it this way. Then I'm basically just going to say... Or can I actually do anything? For each that is... No. I'm so bad at this. Can I do for each greater than 800 each 1? That's much better. That's very simple. So it could be done very simple. There we go. And that would just be in a... Yeah. And it's a filter. So, oops. Set filter. And that would then be... Would this be a way that I should actually set filters on a circuit? I've never used the filters on circuit because it seems like completely useless, but maybe we could do it here. And that would just be put out like this. Doesn't even fit very well, but well, that's funny how it did that. Yeah, but now it... okay. Now it has to be like this. To get the whole belt monitored. And then... Dude, set the filter. Ah! Set output side. What the hell? I have not done this. Set filter. Yeah, we go. Set filter. But let's, to see if it works, just to set it to 200 and then see if we can get it to trigger. Come on. Yep. But what if there are multiple filters here? Then it'll just be one of them, right? This is the only use you found so far, yeah. I mean, it's actually a nice way to do this. Although it doesn't really make a difference. Is Star Raptor worth it spending a lot of time in now, or do they have major bass tuning coming up? I appreciate you asking me, but you could also just look at the Steam page, because they are putting up a roadmap, and I think that they have several feature updates done or planned for this year. You never know if it's gonna be effectuated, but they certainly have it listed. I think for now, for me, it is a fun game and it's worth playing. But it's, I mean, how much time did I spend on it right now? And I probably also played more than most would put into it. 64 hours. But I played the whole thing twice. So I'd say in 30 hours you probably have done everything there is in the game there now. So if you, then it's up to you to figure out if you think that an early access game where you can put 30 hours in is worth it at the current moment, or you'd say, I'll wait until there's a content patch or two before adding more. Yeah, the game I really can't play today is Dyson Sphere with the new update. Absolutely correct. I completely agree. Dyson Sphere with the next update is going to be amazing, but it's going to be a while. I think this is okay. I don't think it's the right way to do it, but it's fine. What will the new update have? Next update. Dyson Sphere? That will have mechs riding mechs. Like ships, you could design ships and space stations and stuff like that. Seems really ambitious, which is why it's been taking 3 years, or it's going to take 3 years. I think this is pretty much it. Now the next part is we want to do a baseline of how much it actually needs. We're going to set this back up to 800 so it doesn't eject too much. Then I'm going to just eject that into this here. I'll just remove everything. Cool. So at this point I really want to also get this into a box so we can see how much we get. And then I am going to it's all quiet. So now we want to run it for this amount of time. Sure. And then see how much we get. And I also want to see how much we actually eject with this. Okay, so let's do that. And this is half an hour, right? This is how many ticks divided by 60. Then we get, this is how many seconds. No, divided by 60. This is how many seconds it is. And this is how many minutes it is. So this is 30 minutes. So we need to run it for 30 minutes. If I run it at 16 speed, it would be 2 minutes, but I can't run it at 16 speed. So this would be 4 minutes. 4 minutes of real time. So it's probably like 5 minutes of real time once I enable this. Paused. And we built this one. So now, 1 tick only. We want to get it over so that it is almost start swinging. There. Cool. So let's do that, and then I'm gonna take a break while this is spinning. Cool. All right, I'll take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll see how this is performing. Back. Thank you for joining. Okay, so I'm kind of wondering if I'm wondering if this was starting to be a problem, and yes, it could actually be a problem soon. Good. So this will be like, so after 30 minutes have passed, then it'll stop automatically, pause the game. Then we see how much we have in these boxes, because that's then that'll then be the result. And then we can sort of figure this out and say, okay, well, that gives us something. I'm imagining that we could either do this as build 3 of these in one city block, or build 2 of these in a city block, and then also build a red and green build that can support this. Because this actually needs more. Oh, hold on. It's using 130, but this is only getting 120. Why is it not working then? Why is it working? Oh, right, it's working because it's coming back here. Ah, right, okay. So if this is producing 130, then it gets a quarter of it is recycled, and the majority of a quarter of it is recycled, and the majority of that is the 87.77% is not upgraded to higher quality. So we actually, out of the 130, the 28.5 gets recycled, which means that this belt is consuming 100. But it still has the issue that if I want to double this, having 2 of these modules in one belt, then I need a full green line to feed it. See, this is the time when I'm thinking, did I do this correctly? Is it working? Shouldn't it stop now? Hasn't it been 5 minutes? And then suddenly it'll stop. 24,000 and 2.4 thousand. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's a pretty good build. Come on. There we go. We got it. Doesn't look like, well, you can't see it. So. Okay, so now this is 26,000 and 2,600. How do we do this in a different way? Well, we could say the 26,000 divide by 20, that is 1 craft. That's 1 blue circuit. Just, this is how many blue circuits that we actually get out of it. And then times the productivity of 4. So we get 5,200 legendary quality blue circuits in half an hour. And then we divide that by 30 minutes. And divide it by 60 seconds. That means we get about 3 per second. About. Does that seem reasonable? 3 per second. That means we built 2 of these in a city block, and that means we have a city block that generates 5.5 to 6 legendary blue circuits per second. I would not be unhappy about it. Or the equivalent in how many can I can fit 3 of these in a block, but then I can't fit the red and green circuit build, plus I also want to fit a builder here that actually makes it into legendary blue circuits and then sort of manages the ratio. So this is like a module, and I want 2 of these inside this because I don't actually want to export this many into the network. Cram the 3 in there, why not? Well, I'll just explain why not. Because then I need to have a separate city block next to it that produces the green circuits and the red circuits and the blue circuits. And it just seems silly when I could jam it in here. No. 3. I mean, they can be like this. Could be possible. Then the question is, let's just go back here to this one. Then the question becomes, can I produce? No, not in the space we need there. We don't need pipes. No, we don't need the pipes here. That's true. Where we are going, we don't need pipes. Boop. Probably better to do it on this side. And then I think this would also be where I export the legendaries out. What? I did not copy all of it. Huh, funny. I'm gonna try this. I have not much hope, but maybe. Maybe. Right? Okay, so this is the space I have. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Yeah, the bell count is done here. That one up here was just for visualization. So, how much is this producing? Okay, that's okay. That might not be so impossible anyway. Let's look at this module here. Obviously, we're not generating enough for this, but we need. Let's see, how much do we need? And then we have to. It's not exactly this. It is. There's some recycling of this. So if it was 130, then a quarter of it was recycled, and the majority of what is recycled as the same quality. There. Then that's times 3. Okay, so 85. That means we have to produce 300 here. Okay. And then that would just be 30-ish, right? A little bit more than 30 and a little bit more than 300. This one is producing 300 by itself. This one is producing almost 30. Okay, so if I could just... Let's take... That doesn't work. Okay, but we know now that it's definitely doable, right? So if we do this, you're producing enough, but you're also producing enough to do this part here. $300, that's enough. This is not quite enough, so I do need 2 of these 2 modules here. Then I need to make sure that I keep them away. This part. There. 41 and 326. So this is enough. Whew. Then I need this part here. That's a small deficit. And this is also not enough, so that will have to be like this. Okay. This is still fine. And again, beacons are completely irrelevant, so we can always just throw beacons at it if we want to. Let's do this one. Oh, maybe I actually want to do it like this instead, somehow. Because that would work much better. I think. Yeah, there's something here. There's some potential. Then I just need to figure out where I get my inputs and outputs. This needs more than one. That one is not great. Maybe I just build them up here. That should still be the same, right? Yes, it's still the same. Okay. Right hand side in the direction of travel. Wrong way. Like this, right? And then you are just outputting it like this. And then I'd need 2 of these builds. Or this one could be output like this, but that's not great. I wonder if maybe we should do some testing on this. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you. Remember back in the days when... we also need an iron build here. We also need iron in here somehow. Back in the days when Factorio was like the real sub maker. I don't know what happened, but Factorio has become really bad at generating subs. It used to be the best ones for generating subs, but nope, not anymore. Or hype chains and such. But it is actually possible to subscribe to the channel, and if we somehow get a hype train, then we can also get an extra hour, so that's also possible. Yes, no. Why? Because I'm thinking that maybe I don't need this. Maybe I could. I'm just thinking maybe I could squeeze this down all the way in here. Because that would just be easier, then I wouldn't need all of this crap. But my issue is now this. So I'd have to go out on the outside, which I don't have room for, or this side, which I could do. Ooh. Well, yeah, it doesn't need to be... This doesn't need to hit that one. Any gifters? No, I'm actually not looking for gift subs as much as I'm looking for regular subs to resubscribe. And the reason why is because regular subs are needed for maintaining my what's it called? My status as Partner Plus, which is in jeopardy at the current moment. Yeah, but now I would have to go out into this one. And I'm still needing plastic. Ah, no, plastic, whatever. We'll figure out a logical plastic solution some other time. There you go. See how it's thrown in my face the first time. Check a channel. I just out there for. Yeah, well. I think it's Twitch ads rather than Factorio. What? Twitch Factorio ads. I don't know Factorio ads. It's Twitch has ads when you join a stream. Could you run iron plastic? Yes, I could. But that's a minor thing. Hey, Flex, thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Much appreciated. These could be swapped up and down, I guess, mirrored so that I don't have to go this way. Oh, this one is not fast enough. Oh, this one actually needs 2 beacons. Okay, what if we... There's 2 beacons. Ah, whatever, there we go. Don't care. Hey, Maxor, thank you for the Prime for 5 months. More Primes. Alright, that's 2 events. And unfortunately, the hype train is also broken, the hype train tracker, so... You know, there's a lot of things that are just not really working out. And unfortunately, I can't fix it. And Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Look at that, we have potential for a... What is a community train? What is a community train? Why is it not a hype train? Weird. Okay, well, hurry up. 8 seconds. Hey, Mirage, thank you for the 5 gifties. Proliferate. Yeah, it's too close. You're right. You're right. That's not a good one. It's like a lot of details here that are not very important right now, but they... It's also just... Welcome home. Important to not sort of do a design and then figure out, oops, doesn't work. Yeah. Let's try to make this plastic as well. Good, that should work. And Randomax, thank you for the 74 months. And Catherine, thank you for the Prime for 14 months. Okay, nice. And we're at now at 98%. So let's see what that community train, what that's like. Hey, Tom, wait. We're communitying. Yes. No, that doesn't sound good. Nope, we're not. You're absolutely right. I kind of feel that this thing here would be better if it was flipped like this. Even though it's still sort of, still want to come here. Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home. That, and the point of this would be not sneak it by here. And this one would then also get out here. Illustrious champion returns. There. Welcome home. Oh, Arthur Dent with this 84 months. Thank you so much for the 84 months. and that's a long time. Alpha Dude, thank you for the Prime for 13 months. Factorio do generate subs. It has to do that. Riata, thank you for the 6 months. And currently on 1 month streak. Hey, more subs. Yes. And so now you won't get any ads when you join the channel.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah. Or maybe I could actually now sneak it around. Let's see. These, all the ratios are good. This is 20. This is 160 surplus. And Draco Falcone, thank you for the 12 months. Good to see you. A full year. God, it's been a bit since I've been able to catch some masterclasses. I haven't missed much. Oh, you have missed a lot. If it has been a while, then you probably missed this beautiful thing. And then you'll unsubscribe immediately. Look at this. No, not look at this. Look at this awfulness that is train wagons everywhere. Where else? What is the most awful example of our wagons that we built? Like this is also an awful one. Yep, we did some pretty awful builds here. Okay, so now we need another one of these. Would I want these to face each other? Maybe. Would that be a thing? No. That's a little bit too close, isn't it? It has to be... No, it has to be more than a full belt. Ooh. Yeah. So this is too close. And we're already running out of space because I need something here for making blue circuits, and I need something here for making the iron and the lava and the copper there. I don't know if you had any Turkish viewers before. Of course I have. Alright, 3 emotes for chat. Okay. You're just making trains equal opportunity employees in their fellow factory with times. Yes, exactly. I kind of like it, but it's also not really working because I'm going to have up here one that makes legendary quality like that. That needs to be spaced up here, and then it needs to work fast. Then we need down here. Hey, Nettle Wars, thank you for the 52 months. All right. Oh, we had less than 1 minute away because the hype train doesn't work. Hype train tracker doesn't work. So I don't know how many we need, but we need some subs in order to complete this level. Doesn't it say how many subs we need? 10 subs. 10 subs in the last 30 seconds. It could happen. Copper. And yeah, see, now that we have the issue. We need 1 for copper, we need 1 for iron, and then we need 1 to make the iron into... That's bad. Why did I start doing this so close here? This doesn't work. Riata, thank you for a gift sub. And the train died. Right, at least we got the train going. That was nice. Thank you. There. Something like this, but this needs to be worked a little bit better later on, but not right now. Damn. Then I might as well do this, which sucks. Is there really no way that I can get this past? And this one wouldn't be the iron plate. So I do need these here, which is kind of problematic. But it's like, it's right on the edge where it feels like it could maybe work. But then I also need 2 belts, 2 green belts passing by, and 1 yeah, this belt and some plastic inbound. It's a little bit ambitious, I would say. I don't want to give up yet, but I'm also does this even need to be there? Ah yeah, this doesn't affect that one. Hold on. 20? So, yeah, okay, this is actually working. Okay. So this is no longer... Suddenly it turned into a very much of a non-issue. You just have to go closer then. Because then you're affecting this. And you're affecting that. And everything works. Okay, cool. Switch iron and copper for space. Mm-hmm. I know I have these slanted builds somewhere. Like this is the... And they also need a beacon as well. So that's another headache. Queue chain is one where after level 2 all chat gets emote where they contribute to the train or not. Oh, okay. So not exactly something to get hyped about. Okay, I think this is the most important one, because this is the one that is potentially in bulk. And then if push comes to shove, I can always just accept that there will be multiple requesters here. Like, this is not ideal, but it's actually less than ideal, because I can barely get the lava in here. Yes, yes. Okay. I love Factorio, but I never get to do co-op because none of my friends want to try it. I could say the same, but also I wouldn't want to try it either. But yeah, I don't think any of my friends would be into this. But I think you can say that's sad, and it depends on what you connect with your friends about. And of course, if you connect about games, then it's like, oh, come on, please play it. I remember when I played StarCraft back in the days, and I was really good at it. And then I talked to, like, we had a LAN party. Yes, I'm that old. And it was like, oh, what are we gonna play? Oh, let's play some Quake or Duke Nukem. Like, it's that old. Yes. And it was like, oh, let's play some StarCraft now. And then we played StarCraft, and we played like 3-on-3, and my team won. So we played 2 versus 4, and My team won. So we played 1 versus 5 and I won. And then we played Duke Nukem for the rest of the evening. And I lost every single round. Like, yay, that was fun. I mean, of course it wasn't fun for anyone. So, you know, if you're not at the same skill level, it's luckily Factorio is something where, I don't know, maybe it's more forgiving to not be at the same skill level. I don't know. Probably not with me around, but even with less obnoxious people than me, then it could be pretty forgiving. Okay, so we got that one. Ironium is not working. Why is Ironium not working? Because you're not getting into calcite, because someone turned it the wrong way. Yes, yes. This is right hand side, so I would need to get... Yeah. Okay. Something. Now I just need to figure out how the hell I'm gonna get this outbound. Maybe that is an option, and that is an option. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna. This is already as close as we can. How the hell am I gonna squeeze these 2 lanes in here? Damn. There is nothing to give. Because a buddy of bought a copy to play with him. I played somewhere around 1k hours together over the years. Oh, that sounds nice. Being 40 plus doesn't help finding people to play with. Well, I find a lot. I'm 40 plus, and I've found a lot of people to play with. But that's not playing Factorio. That's just playing. The Fender got me into it. Still makes massive snaking iron smelters with 200 furnaces, despite the fact that only the first 48 fill the belt. Yeah, I started playing with them over that issue. Exactly. That's one of those things where, like, okay, now we found out that 48 is the right number. Let's do that. Like, yeah, but if I put them in here, they're working. Like, yeah, but that's because the belt is... Yeah, we can't... If we can't move on from there... Yeah. Is there any way that I can compact this even further? I mean, I can move it up a couple of tiles, maybe. I can maybe take this part here. Oops. Shouldn't have taken all that. I just don't have any space for this now, but that's the next headache, right? But I still can't get past this point. Like, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. There's just no room here. Is there anything that I'm missing in terms of what I could do to get things? Maybe turn it around? Would that be an option? So that it goes up and around? Okay. I'll take you out and keep you in. Yeah, maybe. Right underground on the green circuit can go further. And the underground moves up 1 tile. And then you can run copper on to the left. Right underground on the green circuit. That must be this one. Can go further. Not a lot further. It can go 1 further, like that, which then gets it into conflict with this one. Technically, you could go up there, and then that would be a problem. This is why I built it like this. So it was actually by necessity. Last time I played, I did the power production. I thought looking at his half the base. When I wanted iron, I took it out of the 100 full furnaces. Yeah, I mean it's just a speedrunner stat. Strat. You could also use this line here, but I think what if we take the whole idea of this here and turn it on its head? This one just goes, bloop, and then we'll go down and damn, not all of it. Didn't get all of it. Like this, and then flip. There. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this, but let's cross that bridge when we get there. This one just needs to hit this. So now I could set it upwards instead. Would that be better? And I don't know how to do this part here. But I do feel that now I have at least the opportunity to do, to do something. The fact that there's 3. Okay, I think this entire thing has to be moved up 1 tile.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Nope. And Glidrock, thank you for the 60 months. The weekly Factorio puzzle. Oh yes. Why do we get like a bloop bloop bloop? No idea where that sound came from. Do we think this is fast enough? Yeah, this is 12 per second. Right, 13 point something per second, and I need 6. So this is fast enough. Let's get the software gadget in here, just because, if that's the thing we're missing. Yes. So this is an even spread of this, right? So this actually seems like it's working. The only problem we have is this one. Oh, this gets worse than that, because this can't even be... I can't put more modules here because they will... maybe I can. Yes, I can. I can just put... If I put modules here, then they affect the beacons, and that's no. So I could put them down here if I really, really wanted to. Still have a problem with this. Oh, no, I feel the whole thing should be mirrored. Because I actually want... Ah, man, it needs to be mirrored. Oh, that sucks. Whew. All of this. There. this one. Alright, so the point of this being mirrored is that now I get all of it consolidated this way, which means I can sort of loop it back.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Kakarian, thank you for the 40, it's 84 months. Nice, like Arthurdent. You had 30k legendary green circuits after the 30-minute test. Since one normal equal one legend, you also consume 30k or sec with... Oh, you're absolutely right. Calorie though, that's a really bright thing to say. Yeah, why is that? Or more likely, where is the problem then? Because it doesn't really make sense then. Because where is it going? Because these ones are, like, if we look at this is consuming 390 per second. And if they are always working, they're always working. So that must mean that they are actually consuming it. But am I missing something about the return? Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not missing something about the return. I get 25% returned here, or a little less than 25%, because of the product shoot. It just seems so weird. Like, where is the loss in the system? Or maybe the loss is not in the system, but it is sort of stuck. Yeah, so maybe as part of the 30-second cycle. Maybe I should actually do a cycle where I figure out how much is actually being consumed. Because I do suspect that the system in itself will also contain quite a lot of resources. And so if it... No, I don't get it, because these, I don't have put any stop condition on this. So these will, the first row will always work. And that means forever and ever it'll just continue to produce this. So where's that going then? Yeah, the red circuit builder is not, well, it is outputting, but it's just these belts were stuck, bad ones, from when I turned it around. This is also just doesn't matter so much, but it makes perfect sense that one blue circuit, ingredients for one blue circuit in should be one blue circuit out. So anything that is the flow, and then there's whatever is stuck inside the system. So if I look at production stats over 30 minutes, then there is to fill up the system, and then there's the inputs and outputs. So it should probably be sort of in a steady state, whatever the hell that means. And then after it's in a steady state, then we should see. But I still don't get it. Like, I'm still puzzled by it. Very much puzzled. Maybe if I did another kind of test where I was, instead of bringing it in here, then I brought it in here. You only need to replace what didn't become common recycled. Oh, shit. That's the... Yes. That's the part. It's... Okay, my calculation was... Now I'm going to do the calculation incorrectly and it's going to be so embarrassing, right? So here I'm saying... Here I'm saying, okay, you are needing 390. So it was... I'm just repeating it. 390 and then divided by 4 because that's the recycler thing. And then it... this is how much I recover from the recycler, and then multiply by the stuff that doesn't get updated, which means that that's the 85.5. Cool, except that's not the case. It's not divided by 4, because the whole point of this is that it is quadruple yield. So it's actually that part. And then it becomes actually 1, 2, 3. It's actually only these 48 that I need to replace. Right, so that's a much, much simpler build. But it's going to take a while to just get going. Ah, there we go. I finally figured out the problem. Yes. The problem was that and it then come back to what you said, Anthony, earlier on, that says it doesn't look like it's picking up that much from the green belt. And I was like, but it is, because it's just running fast and maybe you don't see it. But you're right. It wasn't actually picking up very much from the belt because it didn't need to. So I'm going to take another square and design again, because we'll still do this one. It wasn't you. Just take the credit. Just take the credit. Take it. Okay, so now it's actually way simpler. Now we can put it on a single belt. No need to do all these shenanigans here. Oh, but if I do this, then the first one will be active, and then it'll be a while until the next one gets active. It'll be quite a while until the last one becomes active, so maybe it's actually a good idea to do... What is this? This one should be here. Like that. There. Usually it's me complaining you're doing something wrong, so it's fair, Thompson. This is what... Yeah. It sucks! Ah! Well done, sucks. I have a feeling... X3, yes. And it was. Okay, so the raw materials now need to be a much simpler build. But it still needs like one of these, one of these, one of these, no matter what, and then just one of this each. So... But it can be built in a much simpler way. Somehow. I hope. I actually like this to be flipped. Whew. Okay. This is how it was, and I wanted to flip it like this. And then also flip it like that. This is the most space I can give up top. And then this has to be redone from here. It's gonna be a really cool design once it's done. Oops. Okay. Oops. So this is the space we have. Like that. So we just need to merge it into this belt. On the super high end of mega basing, is it really more UPS efficient to make leather plastic and ship it and unload it to mechanics, or is it just better to make it on planet using liquefaction? I don't know, because that is then you're looking into how efficient is the multi-threading between the different layers, so that you can split out depending on your number of cores and processors and parallelizations and all that shit, whether it's better to have more activity on Gleba and the space plane, which can be outsourced because your main factory will be on Volcanus, and then you want to minimize everything on Volcanus because you don't want to no one knows. Like, maybe SF Hobbit knows, but it's more about PC architecture infrastructure than it is about Factorio, and I just don't give a shit about that. When that becomes the metric for sort of playing the game, then I'm out. It does not hold interest to me to optimize at that level. Why do more than you have to? Absolutely. I need to come up with some kind of design for this that is light. So this would work fine, but then I'd still have the issue of this. Ironbound, yes. This calcite and trash unrequested. There we go. I think that's probably as compact as we can do this. Then we need like this thing here with all the bells and whistles. How do I make this as small as possible? I guess it's like this. This. And this one. Okay. Yes. The plastic is then not coming in here, but the plastic is so low quantity that we can just request it in, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. That one. Wow, that's slow. Kind of forgot the beacons. And this one, oh, this is actually having issues with beacons. There. But then you don't have any calcite inbound. That can, no, it cannot be. Well, it can be like this. There. So you get calcite in anyway. And, oh, it's effects. No! No! Damn. So I do have to put the beacon in here between these two, which is okay, I guess. There. No, it has to be one further out. This one has to go one up. Damn it. And this has to go one up. Okay. The whole thing has to be restructured, but if we're getting there. We're getting there. I can do the old-fashioned one. But how do I get my... How do I get this out? I can't. Except like this. That's no good. Damn. Spin the fountain instead? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's actually true. Probably just don't need that much, so... That's a good point. Yeah, we'll go with speed modules. And then we can compact this back again. So many back and forth, but that's fine. That's fine. This is producing 1.4k and this is consuming 24. Maybe we should need a beacon on this one as well. Okay. And let's make sure that this is... That's possible. Let's get it as close as it can, because there's no reason not to, I think. You need a beacon, or 65, or at least maybe some speed modules will be fine. Yeah, 56. This is needs 65, but they'll also be producing way more than it should or needs. You can now be built here, and that will be going in like that. And it's these two. Like this. So, what is not working? Oh, it's these ones. So now the next or last part is the legendary modules. Is it? Are we there yet with the legendary? See, I'm not happy about it yet, because even though you... Why are you not actually... What are you stalling on? On this? Oh, because that's too slow. Are we just going speed modules on everything here? Because I'm so afraid of beacons. I could also just put a beacon between these two. Just move the whole thing 2 tiles up. Yeah. And then this goes back. This is now 103. This is now 300 and something. You're fine, but hitting something. Like this. Yeah, so it looks actually like it's pretty quickly saturating the belts. Not the red ones though. Why are they not? Oh, the plastic. We're gonna need more plastic here. How much plastic are we consuming? We're potentially consuming 10 to make 14. And 14... Oh, I just need to delete this now. Here, I'm going to filter out legendary reds. Here, so legendary reds go forward, and this one goes down here. It goes into some boxes, and it could actually be nice if it could be done like this. So, is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? I can't really tell. I also certainly say that this could be moved. Because in this case, everything gets consumed. I think I also need less, yeah. Yeah, tell the... Yeah, I'm also thinking, like, where should I have the constraints? That's my main thing, is, like, where in this are we constraining things? Because we need to be, like, right now, everything gets in here. Well, that's not a good idea. So this one should be actually monitoring the box, not monitoring the logistic network. This should be monitoring this box and saying, you're only allowed to put in when, there might be some iterations of this, is greater than 500. Yeah. And this one will then be there, and then that's, shouldn't that be 5,000 then? Or at least 2,000. Because there will be so much more there. And then the problem is that at some point we will... This will be full of greens, but this one will be consumed for legendary roboports. Like, I need a million legendary roboports, so I'm just having not enough of this. So that means at this point now, I need to be able to delete this so that I can continue to produce red circuits. That's a lava thing. 250, yeah. This has to be able to be putting it into lava. That's like brilliant that there's actually a lava spot here. So we can actually have another output belt. I guess this is actually way better than it has any right to be. And then this one. Actually stacked. But this should not actually be looking at the content of this box. It should be looking at the content of that box. When this is... The red one is less than... Needs to be 1,000. So if someone comes in and steals all the red circuits, then it will continue the production. And just continue ejecting here. But this one should only eject. This should not eject down to 0. Ooh, yeah, that's true. This should just make... that's actually 2 conditions. It is, this one is lower, and this one is close to max. I hate these conditions there when they get so advanced. Where is it? Where's my... Copy that one. We have a million of those. Okay, so this one is saying if... Oh, it should also be monitoring the other boxes. Good. If the red one... As an aside, how much legendary iron and copper would recycling the circuits be compared to the casino? Just as an added benefit. How much legendary iron and copper would recycling the circuits? Ah, interesting. That's a big question. And The green is over 10,000. 10,000 would be 5,000 in each. And 5,000 in each would be at least 2 stacks. Yeah, okay. The priority would be blues, iron, lava. What? Blues, iron. Yeah. Oh, why is it ejecting now? Oh, because it's not doing anything. It should just output a signal. There's a trash symbol. There. This one should only work when it gets a trash symbol. It's not why is it getting a trash symbol? There. Now it's not doing it. Like that. There you go. This one I don't know what to do with generally. Okay, so now this is over when it gets, then it consumes, and then we have this for whatever we get produced here, right? Kind of feeling the whole thing should be, no, it should just be like this. That'll just look better. This is a pretty amazing build, to be honest. Have recyclers delete recyclers deleting green sockets is pretty painful because it turns into iron plates, and then the copper wire, and the copper wire turns into copper plates. So it's like a lot of steps to, and then we need a lot of speed modules and a buffer between them. So no. I mean, I'd love to, because I don't like this idea. I just don't really know how I would do that. I have a little bit of space that I could pull things down. So let's start pulling this one down. So that's 2 tiles we can pull things down. There. I don't know, maybe? Okay, why did it stop? Because a lot of stuff just turned bad here, yes. Something there. More things there. There. We're missing a pipe. Ooh. Oh yeah. Thank you. Good spot. And having 2 extra pipes. So it all evens out. This might actually work because they are pretty quick. So now I need to wait for this to fill up to 6,000, to whatever. Let's make a little light for this. Oh, it's turning on, but that's not an indicator of anything. Enable when trash can is greater than 0. There you go. So one condition is true, and the other condition is not true. Oh, it needs to go up to 1,000 before it actually gets anything. Well, speed up. Make plastic and block? No, I can't make plastic and block. It's a giant build. Because you have to make it from coal. It's very low quantity. Did we say this one? So it's 39 and then times 0.123. I need 4.8 per second, and this one is producing, let's say, 3 times as much. That means I need a third of this, so I need 3 per second. That's nothing to fly in. So if I need 3 plastic per second coming in, that's not a problem. Okay. Okay, so this is working. If I take this out, then it's gonna get stuck, and then this will increase. Oh. Boop. Eject. Why is it not ejecting? It's sending a trash icon out, and it's setting it into this one, and this one is enabled when trash is equal to... Why is it not going out? Oh, legendary. Who did? There. And that's turned on, so we can see what happens. Is this fast enough to get rid of it? Yeah, it's easily fast enough. Even when I do this. It doesn't accumulate, it gets rid of it. Okay, so if it's just pouring out, it's not going to be able to delete it completely fast enough, but that also doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't jam, as long as it doesn't jam. As long as it doesn't jam. Maybe I don't want to have this double up. I want to see if this goes up or down. The 1.5, now it's 1.6, so it does tend to go upwards. 1.5, 1.6, 1.6, 1.7, 1.6, so it is going up. 1.7, 1.6, yeah. And it's somewhat steady. Lava, yes, but we don't have... I don't want to be making this into lava if I don't have to. Oh, 1.4. So it is actually deleting faster. Slowly. Okay, now it also stopped. But I can do that. Then it starts again. The second recycler is the reason for it going slow. It can't get items in fast enough. No. That's... And it's also that it changes recipe. So... And therefore it only gets to the copper cable when there's nothing else. Because it keeps like taking one of these. So once it gets started on copper cables, then until it gets something else in. So I don't know how to do that. Make iron into iron chests. I don't think this is a temporary thing. Like, even if this stalls, how bad is that gonna be? The thing is, this is something that is in the background. If we suddenly, or if we constantly consume all of the red circuits, then we will need to get rid of this. I don't know if there's any, like, it's the inserters issue. It's an inserter issue here. I'm thinking something weird. Doesn't this one have like a way to sort out? Select input, count inputs. Select input, sort ascending, signal by count, ascending before applying index. So this one should be giving us the highest quantity out, right? The ones we have the most of. And I don't know what I have outbound. If does that work? Everything. I don't know how this works. Damn it. How's that? I don't know how this works. Well, now there's nothing. Let's get something in here. So now it'll always set it to the ones that is the highest. Can that jam? I don't know. I can't figure out if this... I don't know if this can jam. The amount you are trashing also now making blue, isn't that a factor? Let's say that I have made 100,000 blue circuits and that's what I want to keep. Then I have this one fully stacked. So the only thing I need is I keep using more roboports. So the only thing I really am demanding, I'm not demanding any blue, I'm not demanding any green, but only red. Then I need to have a way for this to restart and grind on, just so that it generates reds. I think this is actually a good idea to do it this way. Never really thought of that one before. Clever. It doesn't seem to jam when it's getting close to 0. So that's good. Ah, this is awesome. That's a new thing. Everyone just came up with that. Nice. And then it stops. Try again. Rah. So this is basically a red and blue and green. This is basically blue production, but also making reds and greens. Are there any circumstances where you need to dump excess red circuits? Theoretically, yes, but in this likelihood, I can't imagine that it would be the case. Theoretically, that could be potential, but I don't believe it would be realistically so. Because this generates 10 times as many green circuits as red circuits. I didn't understand what the circuit does on the recyclers. This one, this is selecting the input, and it basically takes all the inputs that it gets, sorts them into a list, and sorting them with descending, meaning the highest one sorts first, and then I take index number 0, so I take the highest one. This weird thing here is just basically saying, you get a lot of values, give me the highest one. And then I could change this to 1, and then it would take the second highest, the third highest, fourth highest, and so on. So this is basically a way that you get many signals in, and you want to get the highest value. And that's what it does. It's pretty cool. Or you could also say, like, you select the lowest one, or the third lowest. Like, we're using it in the rare case. For example, when getting the recipe out of something, and I know that the third highest quantity in the recipe is the spoilage, then that can be sort of extracted, for example. So it's rare that you need anything except like the highest one, but of course, being the programmers that they are, they would of course make it consistent that you could not just take the highest, because then someone would be like, what if I want the second highest? For example, if you want to sort of build an array of values, then you could sort of have multiple values coming in, and then select the highest value, go here, second highest there, third highest here, fourth, I don't know. Some people use it probably for all sorts of weird things. Use this for recipe switching, yes. Oh, that's good. Yeah, recipe switching is a good point. So now it's not working. Why? Because it's not. This has not reached 1000 yet. And this is the problem with this build. I actually think these ones should also be active. Yeah, we're gonna have a problem soon. Did you guys hear the bloop 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 that just came in? Because I don't know what it is. It's something on my PC that does it, but I don't know if you hear it or it... Oh no, it's my headset. It's my headset running out of power. That's why. It's red. See this is the problem, because once this one fills up, then I also need it to continue, because otherwise it'll jam here. Soon this one will jam. Let's actually see it jam, then we'll have another problem. Charge my travel headphones. You're welcome. So this one's slowly accumulating here. While it's... No, actually, right now it shouldn't accumulate, because now it should be consuming it if everything is sort of working the way it should be. Oh, by the way, have we ejected anything into our little... Yeah, here. No, that's not it. Didn't we have... Oh yeah, here, the ejector. The junk box. We have ejected something from this in the junk box. Ah, interesting. What should we do with this? Should we destroy it? Should we... Because there is now an argument that you could take this and just feed it directly into here. Oh, this is stressing me out when it's this fast. That's actually not bad. No. Okay, but this one is not getting the inputs correctly. Ooh. I would like to move this one tile up, because then I can move this one up, and that would mean you. Okay. And the reason why I wanted this is because then I can actually get monitor the belt from here. No. There and there. There. And this one. There we go. And it's now ejecting a lot of stuff. Is that correct that it's ejecting? Yes. Very much correct. Cool. Alright. Is the Alchemist game done? Yes, it very much is done. Until there's new content that's being added. Which is cool when that happens. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah. For now, I don't feel that there's much to be done more in that game. Hey Mark, thank you for the 72 months. Much appreciated that subscription. I like how before Space Age the issue was always we don't have enough, and now it's we have too much random junk. How do I get rid of it? Yes, getting rid of stuff is actually sometimes the bigger problem than actually making it. So this is 3 plastics in and lava and gets 8.5 legendary blues out. How does that compare to the bigger build for the footprint? Oh. I can only imagine that this is better. Because the bigger one here, which is still chugging along, yeah, you can see that it's just not working very well. I don't know. This is not much. Would you shame if not? Yeah, but this is also like 4 tiles. This is incredibly compact. There's no way that this is not better. You're welcome to do the calculations. I can't be bothered. I think this is so clever, this little thing here with, like, it's self-balancing and then trashing things that are too much. It would be weird if it ends up being, like, the red circuits that get ejected, but, like, for example here, red circuits is, potentially. I could make this more advanced. I could do it individually of saying this. Is greater than 800. I think that's actually better to do that. Because then it's complete. Then I can define the red circuits by 200, for example. Sort of. Because that is an excessive amount. Oh no, that's not good. No, no. Damn. Damn, what do I then output? I can't output each anymore. Huh, how do I do that? I can't do that actually. Because I would need to only export the one that is true, which means that I would need an array of filters. Yeah, okay, so let's not do that and pretend we did. There you go. Yeah. If one of them was true, everything got out. That was the problem with it. But now we're back to this one. The problem with this is that if there's a surplus of red circuits, it won't identify it until it hits 800, which is way too much. Here, there's now going to be a surplus of something, whatever we've ejected. I'm just going to be like, that's fine. Do all 3 builds eject stuff? Some of it could be fed back. No, some of it cannot be fed back because then you would have to measure and how much you have of it, and then something. This is basically a contingency to say if there's too big of a variation in the random sampling of the output, then I don't want it to be able to jam. So it's just a security to make sure that it doesn't jam. It shouldn't be happening all the time, but it does happen all the time because random numbers are just not coming out the way that they're not close enough to random that as I would expect them to be. So you can set a constant combinator to output minus 800 for each. Ah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yes. So that's let's try that. Yeah, I was thinking there must be some way, but I forget that you can change it in here. Remember, this is not about it being super advanced. Well, it is super advanced, but not in the sense that it is. It must be the absolute most efficient that it can be. It's more along the lines that it is. That is working fast and it cannot jam. Sure, if we eject something here, that is something that potentially down the line could have been optimized, but it's really not that much we get out of it. So, and we're just, if the cost of this is a little bit of calcite and 3 plastic per second, who cares, right? So this would now be... I'll take you out, and then I'm just gonna do this. That's no good. There. Is it mainly this efficient because of the 306 productivity? Yes, it is. Because each step here is only losing 12.3%. So 12.3% goes up and the rest gets recycled. And then from here, it's 12.5% goes up, or 12.3% goes up, and the rest gets recycled. That means the loss from here all the way up is very, very small. Which is why, like, this thing here, that is an intimidating number, but the 390, we only multiply it by the stuff that gets 0.123. This is the percentage chance of something getting upgraded. Which is also why it is better to do it this way than to do it without speed beacons. Because with the speed beacons just means that more stuff gets recycled. But if we're having 100% and 25% goes up and the 75% gets recycled, then yes, more stuff flows through the system, but it still only needs to replace the deficit. It's not like if it was 25% gets upgraded and the rest gets thrown out, then it would be much more valuable to have a higher percentage. But here, everything that doesn't get upcycled gets recycled, and therefore it doesn't really matter. It just means that, yeah, 0.5 seconds later it has run again. There's no real loss. It's the normal ingredients to legendary, but yes, it's the loss. The cost of this is 3 plastic per second. That's it. 3 plastic per second, and a little bit of calcite, which I have no idea how little that is, but very, very little calcite. So 3 plastic per second, and that gets us about 8.5 legendary blue circuits per second. Pretty insane. In one city block. Very nice. And this is of course Nuke Marine who started this design, and then we've been was basically saying there's a potential for doing it this way. I don't know where does it look better to do this. Yeah. Okay. So I think I like this better. Too many lines here. There. That one. This one just goes up here, which doesn't have to. I've had very little time to follow the live streams, but the resulting design on YouTube almost feels like magic. Thank you. That's the intention. Like, funny anecdote, in my opinion. Like, I was going home Friday evening from this event, and then I was driving 2 people home, and they were sort of, one was a low-level developer, well, maybe not low-level, but a developer who pretty much had minded his own business, did some development, and his boss didn't know what he was doing, so he was just basically mucking about, and half of his code was written by ChatGPT. So that kind of developer. And the other one was like high-powered corporate executive doing change management, leadership, blah blah blah, right? And they were sort of sitting there talking about like, oh man, I want your job, but I want your salary, but my job, and and they was like, well, I don't want either your job or your salary. And they were like, yeah, I wish I could just play video games and make money off of it. I was like, not that simple. Like, yeah, I know, you have to be good. It's like, no, like, just understand the pressure of that. Every single week, I have to come up with something that is new and unique, and that people go like, wow, this is so cool. And as soon as I've done it, everyone knows it, and I have to come up with something else the next week. And they were like, oh shit, oh, I could not do that pressure. I was like, yeah, so it's not like, sometimes it is just playing video games, but there is also some pressure to, if my brand is not to be the funniest, but to have crisp designs, then I damn well better be able to come up with crisp designs. So there is certainly some pressure. Um, it's just when you get used to whatever pressure there is in whatever job you have, it doesn't feel like it, but it's not for everyone. I don't think this job is for everyone, and even though it's amazing for me, I also think like the idea of, yeah, that you don't have a boss telling you when and what to do. You just have to figure out yourself and figure out that, yeah, it's Sunday evening and I've been at a workshop and I have to go to work. Even though work is super fun, then I'm still a little bit tired. But I think it sometimes bothers me when people is like, oh, I wish I could also just play games and make a living out of it. Like, I can understand that, but it's not only that. Like, that is a large part of it, just as simple as explained like that. But there's also sometimes a little bit more to it. So yeah, that's the fun YouTubers can be entertaining to watch sometimes, but many of the builds feel so wrong to me. Yes, I think that ideally, there's one YouTuber that I'm watching almost exclusively right now. Like, I'm watching some news updates and stuff like that, but and some analysis and stuff like that. And then I'm watching Hank Green. Whatever he puts out, just watch it. Lovely, such a nice guy, and insightful, and really just a nice guy. And but then if I just want entertainment, then I watch Pigcast's StarCraft, because he's knowledgeable about the game and he's funny, not like haha funny, but like fun parallels or analogies and stuff like that, which is a fun and and makes it nice to listen to for many hours, which I think is important. Like, it can be like, okay, then it's StarCraft, and I'm editing a video, I'm halfway following the StarCraft video. So, oh yeah, why do I split this anymore? Yeah, that's such a true. Don't need that when it's so low quantity. Good point, thank you. Don't need that anymore. Is winter? Oh, that. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Definitely doesn't work for me. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's much to optimize on this one. This is such an impressive build. Let's do a timing on it. I think it's... and then I think I want to do something different here. Oops. There. No. One tick to get. Okay, so here we have 5,000 exactly. And then I deselect this, but I don't remove it. So that means now I have 5,000, and then I want to see how much we have once 5 minutes has, well, once 30 minutes has passed. This should also be changed like that, and these ones are also going to be changed like this, so that I don't accidentally eject anything. I would also like for this part here to know how much we're actually ejecting. We were going to eject in this 30-minute cycle. So this is what we want. Oh, I have to get this one, because otherwise it won't start immediately. Let's see. Yeah. I think I have the information that I need. I need to figure out how much. We can just see what's left after the what would be the expectation? The expectation would be 3 per second times 60 times 30. 5,400. Well, that's not good. That's no good. There. Is that 10,000? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, exactly. Good. Good. Go. Now it's already scaled. It's already stacking now, so this is easy. And then it takes some time to saturate. Once these ones start spinning, then it's saturated. And we get the first ones in. I'm not sure I really like the idea of ejecting at this point. We probably won't be ejecting anything. Are you also considering another run of Timberborn when 1.0 hits? I saw the 5th of March announced. That's, we talked about it a little bit. Yes, I would love to, but we also have Captain of Industry on the 9th of March. And I think there's more interest in Captain of Industry than there is in Timberborn. And I'd love to sort of start Timberborn now, but they have a tendency to add things in the last second from experimental to release. So that would be a little bit of a shame if I've sort of, oh, they added a new Wonder of the World or something, and then completed. So I'd love to do that, but between the 5th and the 9th, there really isn't a whole lot of days because it's the weekend. So 5th is a Thursday, and then I'm going events all weekend, and then it's Monday the 9th, or is it Tuesday the 9th? So, yeah. Should be 15,552 blue circuits ideally. Yes, but there will be some of it that's stuck here. There will be 1,000 stuck here. So subtract whatever blue circuits 1,000 would create, which is a lot. Hey, UAV guy, thank you so much for the tier 2 for 80 months. 80 month streak. Nice. That is so impressive. How are you doing? See you next month. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Do you watch any VODs? Or are you just checking in once a month for this? I hope you're getting some value out of your tier 2. Because I really very much appreciate it. Keeps the light on around here. See you next month. Already off. Yeah, so we have ejected some things here. And we can't even see how much is it. We just have to trust that when something gets ejected, it's meaningful. You'll get the reply next month. Maybe if your V guy is watching VODs, then yes, we'll get a reply next month. It's funny when, like, when I start a new game or start a particular game, then let's say that Valheim came out with the whatever Frozen North or something, and then I started Valheim. Then there would be some people who would be like, "Hey, I haven't seen you in 2 years." Like, oh, you mean yeah, since last time I played Valheim, or particularly with Dyson Sphere Program, there are people who I'm sure we'll be seeing when we get back into Dyson Sphere Program, or maybe even Satisfactory or something. Then they'll be like, "Hello, good to see you. Been a couple of years." I'm thinking particularly about Gaina Cube. It's also been around for other things, but very much mostly into to Dyson Sphere Program. Every Sunday for Factorio, so that tracks, yeah. And that's totally fine. So maybe you should watch out, because maybe there'll be a Factorio stream on Wednesday as well. If, yeah. If I don't feel like doing more for Mind Mogul. So what we're doing now is we are waiting for this many ticks, which is 30 minutes. And we should be able to monitor this one. Oh, it's already been consuming more than I had expected. Significantly more. It would be nice if there was like a indicator of this time, but there isn't, and that's fine. We could just look at this. Oh, right, this is also dropping. Okay, so now it stopped. Okay, so first things first. Well, how many actual blue circuits have recrafted? Oh, 13,000. That is potentially less than this is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well, it's 13,000, and there's also 1,000 in here. So if we're saying 1,000 red circuits divided by 2, multiplied by 4, that's another 2,000. And it also had to spin up a little bit. Yes, spin up is not that bad. I work Mondays and Thursdays, but not Wednesday and Sundays. Always staying up. Daily work. Ah, nice. Yeah, these are even. How even are they? 81. Ah, I love this. This is one of the very small things that is so nice that we take for granted in Factorio, but other games just don't do it. Like, look at this. They're actually even. Somehow this one is missing one, but maybe that's mid-swing or something. So this is actually, we could take, this is 3,480. 3,482 times 4. 13,900. And then plus another 2,000. Which gives us the 15,000 and something. It's pretty nice. And how much did it consume? It consumed a lot more than I had anticipated here. Fifu! Thank you for the 8 months of Prime. So what have we learned? Yeah, what's in the dump chest? Yes. Quite a lot, actually. I would love that. Oh, wow. That must be this. Oh, okay. But this bothers me, right? Like, this should bother all of us. The fact that there's both green, both rare quality green circuits and rare quality red circuits. Urgh. The question is, could this belt be allowed to go a little bit higher so that these numbers should be like 1,000 and this is 250, so that it happens less often? I'd like to try it because I'd like to not eject so much. And then we should also look at what's actually on the belt now. We can't see what's on the belt. Well, we can see it like this. Then we can only see the discrepancy. When it says minus 800, what does that mean? That means nothing. So when it says minus 132 blue quality, rare quality, then that actually means there's a lot of rare quality on the belt. There's 800 and something. Never really catch the streams, but watch a lot of the YouTube videos. Oh, awesome. Is this more work in case casino ships are ruined? No, it's something that complements the casino ships, because the casino ships will generate iron ore, coal, and calcite, and nothing else. And I don't want to use my iron ore to produce iron at a very low yield just to make it into green circuits, which I need a lot of to make it into blue circuits. Just that process is really inefficient. I'm going to need the iron ore for making turrets and assemblers and gears and stuff like that. So if there is another way, and there is another way to make very efficient legendaries like this, the next thing we will want to do with the last time we have left is figure out what if we use this also as a method for making legendary iron and copper. Insanity. But if this is also ruining this the casino ships, if they get ruined, this might actually be the way to do it. The way to get the next way to get iron and copper. Silly. If LDS is also ruined, because this is a extremely compact, and it's like it is ridiculously good, this build. I'm so proud of it, of what we have managed to wrangle together, because this is just, you stamp it down, done, takes 3 plastic per second, and then go. Yeah, we're going to be letting it stay saturated. We are going to copy this one in for the other 2. We are going to reset this and reset all this. There we go. And then this one will go back. Yeah. There we go. And then I delete it. Yeah. And then now it is fully saturated, and then I'm going to take it for another spin. Yeah, for another round here. Cobrix is taking notes to destroy this somehow. Yeah, maybe. I don't mind. I just take that as a sense of accomplishment. If you see a developer doing something that is so blatantly a response to something I've done, they don't have to mention it. They go like, yes. Like the best case that I guarantee was this stream was oh, I'm gonna build an item we haven't built in a million billion years. Oh, I don't even know what they look like anymore. Must be built on a track. I don't even know how trains work anymore. It's been so long. Remember train names when we had to do like this item, and then kind of had to, like, what was it, iron ore or something, and then it would trigger and then turn it into that. And now we have this thing. We can just do, oh, it's iron ore. They added that because we figured out, I can't remember who it was probably Timbo who found out that you could just write, or Jeff maybe could do these codes, and then I started putting the codes into everything, and everyone was like, oh my god, how do you do it, how do you do it, how do you do it? And then half a year later they added it, which is nice. Okay, Dragon Tamer. First, when it says "Hi, I'm a small streamer," I had to pre-read your message because it sometimes it's like "Hi, I'm a small streamer. Please direct everyone to my channel." Interviewer, and I was wondering what your thought of this idea. I'm doing my first playthrough of Factorio Space Age, and after I'm done, I'm wondering if you think anyone would watch a solar-only playthrough, meaning once I unlock solar, I can. No, we gotta be perfectly honest. I don't think it's like no. Mm, it's something. Challenge runs are only interesting if the person, the streamer running the challenge runs, is interesting in and of itself, generally, because you kind of have to establish a baseline before you can sort of go inside. Of course, if you're doing challenge runs that go like where everyone's like, no way, that's impossible. This is like the ultra mega maximum biters. Then that can be interesting because it is something that most people think is impossible, but you found a way. Cool, that's a cool challenge run. But this is just a, hey, I prefer solar, so yeah, sure, whatever. But that doesn't really change much in terms of anything. And then you're gonna have a bad time on Aquilo for that matter. Yeah, bots debug on map was me too. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, Anthony. That was also me. We have those commands. Like, well, how do you enable the robots on map? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, because when you watch YouTube growth channels, they will always be like, "Oh, you just persevere and buy my course, and then you too can be a successful streamer." Every day that passes, it gets harder and harder to break in. But it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It never really is impossible to break into this market. There's always new markets. But the one thing that I tell anyone who is aspiring to be a content creator is that you must be able to succinctly answer, why should anyone watch your content? Like, what is it that you offer that no one else does? Because there's 9 million other partners on Twitch. Not even, no, there's 9 million live streams at any given time on Twitch. Like, why are people watching yours? What is it that you offer that no one else does? And how can you communicate that? Because first you need to identify it, and then you need to find a way to communicate that to an audience so that they will come and go like, I watch this guy because he does this better than anyone else, or they do this better than anyone else. And yeah, so that's what I'm always, that's my first advice. And if you can't answer that, why do you expect your viewers to be able to answer that? My great personality is a reason that everyone should watch me, every influencer ever. Yes, it is. But I think that you have to be like, let's take a speedrunner, like, because that's, if you're a speedrunner and you're not very good at it, you have a really bad odds of getting anyone to watch it. Because if you're like, I don't know, the 10th best speedrunner in a category, why would anyone watch you and not number one? Because the edge is speed, and there's someone who's better. And if I want to watch the impressiveness of speedrunning, I want to watch the best ones. And sure, that maybe I want to watch number 2 or 3 instead of number 1, because number 1 has really annoying EDM music all the time. And number 3 and number 4 has funny anecdotes while they are speedrunning. Like, okay, well then there's an edge. But as such, a speedrunner is competing on a very linear dimension of the speed. And then you can have sort of, you do abusive designs like Let's Game It Out, and have a really funny narrator style like Let's Game It Out. Or you can have all sorts of things. Like, for me, it's quite evidently, it's the crisp designs. This is what I do. I do crisp designs, so if you want to watch a factory game of someone who goes into the details and understand the mechanic and comes up with crisp designs and keeps doing it, then yeah, this is what you want. This is also why I have been able to branch out from Factorio to other games, because I could take that with me. I could say, okay, I do crisp designs and random rants, but anyone does random rants, but the crisp designs is something I can take into other factory games. I could also take it into Stardew Valley, but it just doesn't make as much sense. It's not really a competitive edge in a sense. There are no beacons on this one, no modules. and and I think that's, well, for me, that's my edge. That's what I offer. And this is also why, even though I'm pretty good at Souls games, like, I am nowhere near a speedrunner or a challenge runner or a no-hit runner or anything like that. But just like being better than average is not good enough to get people to watch my my Elden Ring content or my Sekiro content or my Bloodborne content, because, you know, why should I watch this guy when I could watch Lil Aggie or someone else who is way better? So, which also then led me to, I made a couple of Elden Ring videos that were surprisingly good, surprisingly popular, and those were the ones where I took the stuff that I do, was like every secret of Raya Lucaria. Like, that's a video where I take the stuff that I'm good at and put it into a completely different context of just going like, okay, I've been scouring everything, I've been knocking on every single wall, I've been jumping down every single ledge. This is it. These are all the secrets. Now I've done this for you, and I've wrapped up in a nice guide. That's yeah, then that makes sense, and that's why they performed well. I do watch that challenge run as a YouTube video, but it would be painful to watch as a stream. Oh yeah, that's a good point as well. If you play it and make it into a supercut, then that's much more digestible. You and the train-to-train builds. No other Factorio content creator was pushing mega bases in such a direction in fulfilling a consistent way. Thank you. Well, sushi belt hurts compared to your filtered belt loop too. What's your Fulgora sushi belts? Oh, okay, yeah. I'm going to work on convincing you to do a crisp mega build despite the inefficiency if you play Timberborn again. I want to play Timberborn again, but I don't really understand. The thing I have a problem with Timberborn is that once you get to a certain stage, then you're just done. Like, there's no incentive. There's nothing like once you have a good 100 beavers not doing anything except just showering, bathing, and having fun, what a life, then and then what's the point? Like, there's nothing there that incentivizes. Then it's sort of like make so many wonders of the world. Like, yeah, but it's a gimmick thing. If there was something in the game that was sort of incentivizing us to sort of like an infinite loop or something like that, then yes, but I'm missing that. I'm missing that end game goal in Timberborn to incentivize us to make a mega base. Yeah, and then it just becomes like a challenge run where I just go like, oh, my objective is to have 1,000 beavers. Like, but is it going to be fun to watch from 100 to 1,000 beavers? Because I don't think it's going to be more fun to watch it. So that's the problem. Factorio before update was better. Okay, that's certainly an opinion. I have identified what you said, and it is an opinion. 4,180. 180. Yeah. So it's 4,180 times 4. So it's 16,720 at the cost of 16,720 divided by now this will divide it by, whoops, 20 divided by 30 seconds, 30 minutes, and divided by 60 seconds per minute. This was 9.28 legendary per second. That's not bad. Hey, Nuke Marine! Good to see you! Look at this beauty. Look at this beauty. Do you recognize it? It's I built it from scratch and I did a lot of other things, but it ended up converging very much to pretty much what you did. I was like, oh, but I don't want it different, and then I thought it didn't work, and then I just jammed it in here, and I have, yeah, it's pretty amazing. So this makes 9.28 legendary blue circuits per second, and how much did it consume? 6,300 and 336. 36. Consumes 3.5. So, this is so ridiculous, right? So, at the cost of 3.5 normal plastic per second, we now get 9.28 legendary blue circuits per second. And up here, yeah, it's definitely less that we eject. So that's good. Very good. All right, let's just enable it again. Good. Very nice. Let's stop. Like those fast running race between ancient nephrons and lovely megabits to zero. Nice. Yeah, I think if you're into speed running, ooh, actually, is this a problem? No. They are able to eject everything. Yeah. But this one will probably also be close to ejecting something. Yeah, minus 80, minus 70 of the green, of the uncommon quality. Very close, and also the and now we should see. There we go. We got a little bit out. Blah. Yeah, it's problematic when there's two of them that are really close to the edge. This is actually looking like it's starting to accrue a little bit. But I mean, it is, look at that, it's just ejected some more. It is self-correcting, but the question is if the rare quality also starts being skewed, then it can actually jam. And there's an ejection again. There you go. I mean, at some point it must be balancing out. Only common implants are in the old build for conversion. Common, oh, in the old build, this one? 8. This one is, but they're not working all the time. But this is not a finished build. This is also like only getting things in by here, which is not great. So it's not fully saturated. But it could technically deliver more. Technically. But this one is working all the time. But not for bulk legendary. For infinite storage of legendary biter eggs. Oh, interesting. For bulk legendary productivity 3 modules for infinite storage of legendary biter eggs without spoilers. Why do you need legendary biter eggs for anything? Do you need them for anything except that? Well, maybe the biolabs. But you're still gonna lose a lot because you can't get as much productivity on these. Oh, it just experiment. Yeah, okay. I mean, we shouldn't compare it because this was a build that was designed to be like, okay, how many of each should I want? And it turns out you actually need pretty much the same amount of all of them, because everything gets recycled except for the stuff that moves up, and then it just keeps pushing things up. So they're all pretty much active all the time. You can see even the top level here, they are almost active all the time. Active almost all the time, yeah. Yeah, and now we delete these ones here. Cool. All right. Okay, so let's do a. Oh, it's jammed because it's full, huh? There you go. Right. So here, what I want to see is if I recycle this. Let's make a sort of a recycle chain here. So if I put blue circuits in here, what am I gonna get? I'm only gonna get red and green, of course. What is he doing? I have no idea if this is a smart or stupid idea. There. So if we put 1000 in, what am I getting? Faster! Why are you so slow? It's just 25% lost. Yeah, it is. And then getting it into blue circuits and then back out doesn't lose us anything. So it could be the same if we just took green circuits and used those for plastic. Yeah, maybe that's actually better to use this to generate it. Maybe we should exclude that part. Oh, speed up. Anyway, I want to do this just to see what we're getting out of this. Oh, why are we doing that? Oh, crap. That's also bad. Okay, so it's wrong anyway. Because that's not supposed, you're not supposed to ruin the correct stuff. So, we'll do that. And we'll do this, and then try again. And yes, I could also just calculate it, but apparently I can't do that. Stop recycling iron plates. I know. Use this plastic for the LDS shuffle? Yeah. That's also an option. Like, we're looking at this from the perspective of, could this be an alternative to a space casino sort of in the future? Good. So, let's get this down because it's frustrating to look at. So, what do we have? We have 1.3. I think recycling red circuits would never be feasible, but well, if I wanted to use it for, well, if space casinos get nerfed, then LDS shuffle is also going to get nerfed. I think it would just be the green circuits we would recycle. So this, I would imagine that here we're going to get 12 per second. That means times 5. So we basically just get 5 times as much as 5 times as many green circuits as we have blue circuits. So with 1000 blue circuits, we get 5000 green circuits. So 5000 green circuits, then we divide it by 4. That's 1250. So the answer is basically 1.25. So that means this build, if I recycle this for iron, let's see. That's a really bad build here. Yeah, we lose a lot. The copper is a really bad ratio. So we get 5000 green circuits. And then we have to divide by 240 and multiply by 180. That's 3750 wires we get out. And then we divide by 8. That means it's 468. Thank you, Bear Skinner. Thank you for the prime. Welcome.
We are building an army.
So this is about half, right? So this means that if this one is producing 9 blue circuits per second, and 9.8, then that would be, let's say, 11 iron and 4 plastic, 11 iron and 4 copper per second for this build. Steel. Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually like, obviously, if we compare it to this one, right? This is okay. It kind of got jammed. Yeah, okay. It got jammed. This is also jammed. Everything is jammed. Yep. Blah. And it's probably at some point it'll run out of fuel and then it'll be having an all-round bad time. Probably it's already running out of fuel. Whatever. It has 106. So much that, yeah. But this one is crafting. When it's set to iron, then it is producing 68 iron ore per second, which gets, I think it was 68. Then that becomes about 100 iron plates per second. So even though this one is producing 11 per second, then we still need like a good 10 of these modules to match a single ship. That kind of sucks, but it's... On the other hand, you could also say, like, do we really need 100 legendary iron plates per second? No, we probably don't. Do we need more than 11? Yes. Because we also need to make them into gears, and that's the pricey part. So, but if we get, like, 50 iron per... The thing is, remember, this is not for science. This is only to make legendary stuff. And yes, this is a nasty one, right? It's not a... Yeah. So this is 15, so that's... yeah. So... Yeah, I don't know what kind of amount of iron per second we would say would be a nice amount to have consistently. Because remember, this is producing all the time, except that this one is not producing anything because it's running out of plastic. Yeah, because you will have bursts where you come in and pick up 100 legendary roboports, and then you need to produce 100 new legendary roboports, and 100 new legendary roboports is 4,500 legendary red circuits. So off we go, build stuff, or 1,000 legendary green inserters. Oops, that's a lot of legendary stuff. But if we just have a massive stockpile, and then we produce 50 iron per second, legendary iron per second, which would be 5 of these blocks. Maybe that's fine. No, the reason why this one is worse is because there are 2 things that are close to the edge. No, actually, it's balanced out actually. You can see it says the epic green ones is, there's 700 of those on the belt. There's 650 of the uncommon quality and about 400 rare quality. When we compare it to this one over here, we have no uncommons, no rares, and 450 epics. And the last one. So it's simply because it's randomly more skewed in one of the builds. It could be either of them, but it just happens. This one also has nothing on the belt because this one is apparently more even right now, but it can also change. Legendary iron and steel is cheap and fast through, though on Fogora anyway, with direct insert recycling. Oh, Volcanus. Yeah, I guess so. That's a curious idea. Because you just basically built these things here. We go like, yeah, build that, and build, let's say this one. High yield here, high speed here. Build this, and then we just recycle this until it is high enough quality. Yeah. But if I just do direct recycling, it takes 1908 normal ones. Yeah, make steel boxes first. Yeah. Also like this, steel boxes. Get rid of iron 2 weeks ago. Did we? Where did we do that? Yes, we did. That one, yes. Which was fine. Steel will be somewhat the same. So I can't remember what the conclusion was. Someone will have to watch the video. I can't remember how much this produced. Yeah, it's completely the same. I don't know about ratios, but might be something about ratios here. But yeah. But anyway, it was worse than Casino, but not crazy for the footprint. Yes. Yeah, it was definitely worse. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, iron and steel can be done like this. But it's also like, I would say that this is a great source of circuits. This is a great source of iron and steel if we are looking at a post-casino world. This is always good. This is better than a casino. This is good for the iron. Copper is a problem. That is, if we don't have the LDS shuffle, then copper is going to be a big issue. I made a video on it. I know, but I can't remember the actual number. Was it like 15 or was it 25 or was it 11? I don't remember. So, copper into wires. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Copper into wires into... Yeah, but wires in this one. Because then... Because these wires don't work. So it has to be the wires like this. Yeah. Heat pipes, not so good, because heat pipes need steel as well. And as soon as they need something else, then it starts getting really messy. And there's no productivity on this either. So, no. Like, if we could make this in a foundry, maybe we could, because we could then get the 50% yield, extra yield. Why isn't the circuit machine? Ah, of course the circuit machine. I forgot that they exist. There we go. 5 of these. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, that's nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, that kills some. That kills... Oh. 18.5. Yeah, I think it'll be like this, because it needs to be super fast consuming. Yeah. That's probably how we would do wires, do copper. So we get iron, copper, steel, easy. Circuits are done. Stone is gonna be bad. Stone is not used for much. Stone bricks. Anything we can do with stone bricks? Not really. Well, stone for no. Used in not walls. Walls recycle into more wall. No, it does. Walls are actually, yeah, but walls are not really. Yeah. Stay tuned for next week. So maybe it'll be Factorio on Wednesday. Maybe it'll be something else. But this build is freaking amazing. So thank you everyone for joining in on the design work, and Nuke Marine for getting us started on this idea. Thank you for watching. Good night everyone. Take care. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Good night.